So the body updates get deleted?
Sorry?
No, they don't. It has to be.
No,
only.
you're missing a character or something. They never try right.
It has to work.
He's got the right dashes, but those you must just have the. You must be missing one character. Yeah, you're missing the 7.
Uh-huh.
Seven.
Okay. Of course, and there will be many more today. This, and I'm missing the 7, right?
No, don't time now? Okay.
But I don't want. Well, the comment can stay there. Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. My name is Lukáš, and I work on Fedora QA. And today I'm going to tell you something about what you can do to find what the problem is when an update is blocked by OpenQA. The talk was scheduled to be 50 minutes long, but maybe it won't be that long because I only knew it wouldn't fit into 25 minutes. So, yes, we have gating on OpenQA on several updates in the critical path. And since the gating started, we have had questions. What is this? I am seeing there is a failure on my package, and it takes me somewhere into something called OpenQA, and I don't understand what happens because it looks fine for me. So I decided to show you what OpenQA is in a nutshell, so that you will be able to go and maybe make an educated guess whether the problem is on your side or if it's on our side, so that you can proceed however you wish. So you have probably came into the situation that you created a new build of your package, and it's nice and polished and everything's fine. Your tests are passing and you wanted to send it to stable, but suddenly Bodhi says that there is something wrong and your package is blocked, and you have the tiny little red spot on the automated test tab. But these are some weird tests that you have never seen. It's not the unit tests that normally come from the Fedora CI. It's a different set of tests, and you don't know what they do and how they work. So if this is your situation and you somehow feel frustrated about it, you don't have to anymore. So I assume that Body will be the main interface for us, and that your journey as packages will start in Body. So you know that if you go to the Automated Tests tab, you will see the overview of all the tests. There are lines, they have different colors. Of course, you know all of that. And the tests are shown there. When we take a look in the body page, So you can see that there are automated tests, and immediately you see the lights here, and you know that there are 3 failed tests. And this is the Fedora CI, and these are tests from OpenQA. Some of them are green, which is good. Some of them are yellow, which I believe for you is still good, because mostly the yellow lines are that the test is a soft fail, and that's because we know something is broken already, but it doesn't affect the test. So we say, for example, just to make an example, wait 50 seconds for a widget to appear, but because we know that there is a bug, if it's still not there, make a soft fail and wait 500 seconds. So the widget eventually appears, but it takes longer than usual, so the test gets a soft fail. For you, it doesn't mean anything. It's probably something that we want to know. The only problem that you could experience is that you have the red test failing. And you see the asterisk here. It means that it's a gated test. So if the asterisk is not there, so probably these tests will not affect your package in any way. But if the asterisk is there, then it can block it for you. So why the failures matter, I have already said. Which failures matter? For you, only the red rows with asterisk matter. But if you want to see, if you want to explore more, then every red row could be a link to the error for you. So then there is the need to investigate what has happened. So maybe the problem is on our side, maybe the problem is on your side. If you want to know and you don't want to wait until we tell you, then it's probably good to find some clues. And in this talk, I'm going to tell you where to look. So what is OpenQA? OpenQA is an automated system. It serves like a automated junior clicking in the system according to a preset scenario. So when I first tried to identify what OpenQA was with the first LLM models, so they instantly said, "Oh yeah, we know that, it's Selenium." And I said, okay, so if you know that, can you try to make a test for finding, for example, problems with the Fedora GNOME calculator? Of course, I can find it, and he wrote a long test that was full of unknown commands, probably coming from Selenium. But it is similar, right? So for us, the system, well, there are basically two main parts. There is a scheduler that takes Fedora messages and schedules the tests, plans the jobs, etc., etc. And then there are workers that run the individual jobs. You can have as many workers as you want, and you can have different workers across different platforms or architectures. So we currently have x86 workers and R64 workers. The worker boots a virtual machine through QEMU. So it uses the Fedora installation image, ISO, for example, to construct the virtual machine. And most of the tests perform installation on it. So they really do the Anaconda stuff, and they click what to install. And at the end of the first run, we have the first asset with a clear installed system of Fedora. Depends on what ISO was there, of course. And then we test something against this. So you know that the production of the ISO images is called a compose. And we have mostly one compose a day. So the whole set of tests runs daily on the compose. If there are two composes on one day, then it runs on two composes. So it's hundreds of tests that run every day, which helps us tremendously to keep the regressions in Fedora, let's say, at the side. And maybe you have experienced that over time you can install Rawhide and it actually installs and you can use it. It's because most of the problems are caught early by these automated tests. Then when the machine is booted and the automated junior is performing the tests in the scenario, so it interacts with the mouse, it interacts with the keyboard, and it guesses what it sees on the screen. So it's basically, it performs like a real person would perform, but it can't think. So you give it a scenario and it does it to the point. And then it reports results, and some of them come back to Bodhi. Minimal OpenQA vocabulary, job, test module, needle, logs, of course, everybody knows it. Needles are interesting, and we come to them right away. I am skipping a couple of slides because I will talk about it later. So how a test run works. I have already told you something. So it schedules the job, boots the virtual machine, and then the scripts interact. And each step is something. In each step, there is an action performed. So it can be either a keyboard interaction, a mouse interaction, a visual check, or something on the console. And then we either check the screen or we check the output of the script, right? And when something doesn't match, it fails. Then we get the video recording, we get the screenshots, we get the logs, and we get a JSON with test variables, which for us, of course, are very, very important because this is how you steer the tests and you choose paths in the test scripts. So there is a nice picture of a duck. It walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, but it still might not be a duck here. And that's just an interludium or preludium for the next slide. And these are the common failure types. The common failure types in OpenQA are, I have split them into 5 groups, and basically only the 5th group is what you are interested in. and what's above is probably is not caused by your package or your update. So there are visual mismatches, of course, when OpenQA expects to see something but it doesn't see it. There are console failures when there is a command and we expect an output from that command and it gives you a different one, or it gives you no output. For example, there is the timing infrastructure problem when sometimes the system is slow. So the needle waits for a preset amount of time. Let's say it expects the widget to appear in 60 seconds. But if the virtual machine comes into a unresponsive state, so it takes longer maybe, and then it fails. Sometimes some of our tests download some information from the network, and when the network is down, it can fail. Sometimes there is a problem on the system and maybe caused by another package that prevents the tests from passing successfully. And then, of course, there are problems that maybe the update has caused. So what you should do if you want, and I think that's why we are here today, you could investigate yourself if you are interested or cannot wait to see what is the problem. If you don't want to do that, you just have some drink and wait until Adam comes to you and tells you what to do. Pardon?
Or the Lucas bot.
Yeah, we will talk about the bot then. And now let me switch to a real case scenario. Yes. So we can see that there is some update here, and the update has failed. And well, something has failed, not the update maybe, and it's unpushed now, but before it was blocked. So you are familiar with this part, and you are probably familiar with this part. So here Adam explains what happens, why the package has failed, and what the problem might be, and you also have the links to Bugzilla to the bug. So then you know that probably it's important. If it's not important, then here we could say this is not important for you, and you can waive it. But if you want to see more, yes, if you want it to figure out yourself, so you can take a look and pick up a red line here. So let's say, for example, I don't know which one it is now, but this one. So when you click on that link, it will immediately take you to the OpenQA instance. The openqa.fedoraproject.org is the production system. Yes, so this is where the real tests take place, and you can see the overview of the test suite. So if you take a look here in this column, you will see the names of the test modules. Each test suite consists of at least one test module. Mostly there are more than that because, for example, this one makes the installation. So it boots to Anaconda, it checks installation sources, it selects software, then it uses the disk and takes it as a whole, so it installs Fedora into the empty disk, or, well, yeah, because normally this is always empty. Then it creates the root and the user, and then it continues in the actual installation, reboots, and then there are some follow-up tests that, for example, check whether there are some Linux problems or other outputs that we don't want to see about possible errors on the installed system. You see that the status of the result is passed or failed or skipped. Sometimes it could be also soft failed. We have already mentioned that. Then you see the screens here. And there are basically, on the first look, you can see that there are 3 types of screens. These tiny little pictures, these are the virtual machine screens providing some graphical user interface. These black screens are the virtual machine screens providing the terminal. And then these are either serial console outputs or various commands produced by the tests. When you click inside, but I'm going to show you here, you see that there is a failed screen here. It's marked in red. When you click on it, you will get the result of the failure, which, like 95%, is wrong. Yeah. Yes, okay. So it's, sure, yeah. It's not wrong. It's actually correct. Technically correct. The problem is that the test says, for example, I cannot find the button, but it doesn't tell you why it can't find the button. Yeah, it's a symptom. So it says that there was an error encountered at Fedora tests do install and reboot line 49. Yes? So that's at least something. You can then take a look here. This is actually what was seen in the latest.
Should we tell them the order of the boxes is chronological? So when you see your red one, you go, back,
Yeah.
leftwards, upwards, and you're seeing.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the latest screen before it failed. So you see that an unknown error has occurred in Anaconda. This is not, you can't click on it, it's just a screen. But you see that it's probably a real error because you normally don't see messages like that in Anaconda. And then you could go to the left and come back in time. So this would be the very first screen that we would be seeing when the test module started. So you see that begin installation is a button there that starts the installation, and it's marked in green. This is, we have a match. We expected the button to be there, and the computer or the OpenQA says, yes, it was there, and I saw it. You can then try to compare it with the reference needle on the left-hand side and what it really sees on the right-hand side. So you can see if there are differences. This is especially useful on failed needles. Yes? Needle is, yes. So needle is a PNG file with the screen paired with a JSON file that defines this area here. Basically, it tells you the x and y coordinates that you start with, and then the width and the height of the area. So during the operation, OpenQA sees the screen of the system under test, and then it tries to compare it with OpenCV with the reference pictures. And if it finds a reference, it's good. If it doesn't find it, it fails. On the right-hand side, you can see that there are 99%. This is the similarity, 99%, which is high. The default similarity that is set on new needles, unless you want to change it, is 96%, and it's still doing it. It still does fine. The lower you get, the more unreliable it gets, and you never want to have anything below like 85. This would be a risk, I would say. So we usually keep the similarity level above 90. The problem is with the similarity level that it's sometimes not visible with the human eye, but let's say font differences. If the font is 1 point bigger, it makes a huge difference on the area. So if, for example, an application chooses to use Roboto instead of Times New Roman, that would be a huge change, you know. And so you can imagine, for example, then when GNOME decides to change the graphical user interface or they want to see some other color palette or a different font, then we have to.
Decides everything should be purple.
They have to. So we have to go and change all the references to the new GNOME, you know. So we are doing it manually.
There is a helper. We shouldn't divert from the track too much.
Okay.
I can ask later.
Yeah, we can show you later.
Yeah. So when you develop the tests, the needle can have different type. This is the match type that compares the visual match. There are also OCR needles which do not work. And I approached the SUSE guys like 2 years ago on the DEF CONF and asked whether they were going to implement the OCR needles. And they said, we don't use them. And I said, but sometimes it could be useful because when the font changes and we have problems with that. And they said, well, we don't change the font, and if it changes, we want to know. Which is also a valid approach, of course. Font is one thing, of course. Shades are a different question, because it looks blue, right? But if the blue has a different shade, it could make a difference, and the needle still fails. If this is the problem that you can see, and you would be able to see it right away, comparing what was expected and what's there, and you see that the button has a different font, like bold instead of thin, then you can go and waive the problem because it's not your problem, it's ours. Unless?
Okay, do we have a mic? So for, check. Okay, so for, I'm not sure, I'll do my best. For update tests, it's probably best not to waive it, because even if it is a test system problem, if you waive the failure, then the tests of every update after that one will also start failing. So if you see that it's a needle mismatch or something, please just let us know and we will fix it as soon as possible. Yeah, but please don't waive update failures basically ever.
Okay, so don't do it. But at least you will know that the problem is on our side. Right. And then if the problem is according to it, I can't. So if it says that its Fedora tests do install in reboot line 49, so you could theoretically.
You can't see it because of the.
You could click here, and you'd be able to see the test script. And what was it, 49? So this would be here. Die error encountered. If check screen Anaconda error report. So, which basically tells you if there is the problem, die with this message. So you can see what we were waiting for, what we wanted to check. It's Perl.
Can you also then click the error? Because like it's very unhelpful that you see the error encountered, okay, but you would like to click the drop-down screen with the more information. So can you still do that like in the...
You can't.
Or it's over? Okay.
No.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
It's a field system, you know. It works also in tanks and I imagine so.
But we do, so we've detected that we encountered an error in Anaconda. So we actually, at that case, OpenQA will go and get out the logs that you would get if you click the button anyway. So we do get the information out, yeah.
Yeah, I will get to it. So this is the main overview and what you can read from here. And then there are various tabs that you can also visit. So the comments tab is important because when we know what the problem is, we usually tend to put there a comment. So if we have visited this already, you will know. So you will know that the problem is being addressed. If it's empty, then it's probably not being addressed at the moment, or maybe it's being addressed but no results has been found. Then next and previous results is a very interesting tab because it will give you a list of other updates and it will give you the results for them. So you can see that an update before that and another before that and another before that were all fine. So it's not a problem of Anaconda. And it could be located to your update, to this update specifically. Something must have been there because otherwise the others would fail too.
I don't know why it's not showing any later ones. Maybe if you change it to more entries per page, but actually it's best to check both sides. So if it passed before your update and it passed for other updates after your update, but only your update failed, then it's 99.9% a problem in your update. If it failed for other updates after your update, what that probably means is that something that's not on the critical path broke it between the previous update and your update was just the first victim. So it's an important distinction. So check both sides. If it's green all around it, then it's probably your fault. So yeah, it's green all around it. So this was definitely this update's fault. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Then there is the investigation panel. We are fighting with it in the moment because it's designed to give you various differences between some, packages to last good, SUT packages to last good. So theoretically, we would be able to see what packages were installed on the host and what packages are installed in the system under test. So we will know nothing changed in the virtual machines. We added this to the host. Maybe that might be a culprit on our side. If it's vice versa, if something changed in the SUT, maybe that's the problem. I am trying to set it up at the moment so that it works. I have a working, let's say, a working, how do you call it? A scratch design or something? POC. But we want to make it a little bit more polished, so it doesn't work, but you still can see this at least, which is the difference between the test variables between this and the last good. The problem is that the test variables are filled in by Fedora messaging and the body updates. So it shows you that, for example, advisories are different, builds are different. You know, it's just the way it is. So, but you can see the last good here. So, and you can take a look. This is probably not important, but sometimes it's good to see whether the test is a follow-up to another test, and whether maybe the previous test has failed, or maybe its brothers are failing, and so on. The settings tab is for the test variables. You can also obtain them as a JSON file, but here they are nicely graphically shown. And you, for example, see that the machine was a BIOS machine, so it was a non-UEFI machine. And so that if you were having a test that was failing here, but not on the UEFI machine, maybe you could ask yourselves whether it counts or not. And the last but not least that actually Adam forbade to show. Yes. But you said you wanted it to be too, you didn't want it to be too difficult and complicated. But anyway, I think that you should be able to know where the logs are. And they are here in under logs and assets. And you have two sections. One is result files, and the other is, it's probably a subsection called uploaded logs. So these logs are the OpenQA logs produced by the testing system, and these are logs collected from the tested system. So when you, for example, click here on the do install in reboot journal.txt, so you will get the journal output, and you can take a look in there.
And everyone can thank Camel for there being a nice, convenient text. Because I kept saying, you can just download the var log tarball, extract it, and run journal control -- file. Camel said, like, just make a text file, and it's way better. So thanks for that idea.
Yeah, well, actually, you are right. Before they weren't there.
Yeah, it was only like half a year ago. You might remember that.
Okay. And then you have here, for example, the serial console here, the worker log, which mostly doesn't reveal anything. Then there is a very complicated file, the auto-inst log, which is every single step recorded by the testing system itself. So you can really find everything what happened there, what was clicked, where was clicked, what was typed, how it was typed. Sometimes we have problems that the virtual machines, especially in the graphical user interfaces, are slow. So when you, for example, want to type password, so it just types password. And then you can't log into the system and it seems like something is broken, but you can tell, for example, that it was really attempted to write password, but then it just didn't get there. And there is the video. The video is, so maybe if there are passwords, you start counting the dots, whether it's correct or not. And then there is the video. The video is a video from the tested system, and you can, does it run? No.
It does scroll down. So yeah, this test waits quite a long time.
Yes. I don't want to mess with the resolution.
So now you can see it's going ahead and typing stuff.
Yeah, so you can see that the video is here, what it does, and it's good to have a look before you do anything else, because it can at least give you something.
Do you want to show them the video shortcuts as well? That can be handy. Like when you have a failed frame, you can jump to that spot in the video.
And do I know how it works?
Well, just go back to the test overview. Go to details again.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you just click any needle, like a visual needle. No, it has to be a visual one. So any of the greens.
Ah, and there is the video here.
No, if you go over to the right.
Here.
No, there, yes. So jump to video. And that will take you to the exact point in the video where that. Yeah, it's useful. Yeah. It's actually usually best to go back 1 or 2 needles before where you want it to be, because it goes to exactly where that.
Yeah, I like watching movies, you know.
Right.
Thank you. Okay. You know, just to show you the complexity of the auto-inst log, it's here. It has some colors, but not many. And you can see that basically start boot to Anaconda tests is where the test module starts, and then it gives you everything, every information. For example, send key down. So we are sending a key, down arrow.
Did anyone guess why we're at the bootloader here? Did anyone guess why we're doing this? Why we click down about 50 times here?
In the bootloader.
Yeah. We're making sure we get to where we want to be in the bootloader, and it used to be very complicated because on different architectures there's different numbers of entries. So we make really sure we're at the bottom and then go up a certain number of times, and that turns out to work in every bootloader on every arch. So yeah.
Yeah, the problem is sometimes we. It's fine. It's good to know. Sometimes we could solve this situation with needles. Like have a needle that expects some output on the terminal. The problem is that bootloaders are so fast that no needles can catch it really. So you have to go blindly, you know, clicking, and it works somehow. It works somehow. So yes, so we did all this, and we have the last one. Do automated tests dream of failed needles? Now, of course, my attempt was to try how I could force artificial intelligence or large language models to do this for me. And I tried, when ChatGPT first appeared, I tried it, and it didn't bring much. Mostly because I wasn't thinking about how complex the problem really is. And I was thinking that maybe there could be a guess made based on the auto-inst log file, for example, which is not the case. And we have attempted this before ChatGPT was here, and it still wouldn't bring anything. And then when we have made some progress in the field, so I decided to ask the ChatGPT, like, not do that for me, but how should I do it? And it gave me some tips, what it suggested, like you have to collect this, you have to collect that. Don't use agents. You don't want artificial intelligence messing around with lots of data, because then you will get stories. You will have to make a limited portion of the output and put it into a model, and then it will be it will be closest of what you wanted. So I said, why don't you go and suggest something? And it suggested something, and I used it to vibe code a set of scripts that basically download everything, and then they compare they find where the errors are in the logs, and they go backwards, for example, 100 lines or something, and then they cut it. So they limit the number of lines, and I add the screenshots, and I make a nice package, and I put it into Claude Sonnet, because that's what Red Hat pays for. And I am getting this. It's long. But it gives you quickly the overview of what problems there might be, and it gives you recommendations what you can do. And in this case, number 1 is file a bug against xfprogs or grub2. I think that in this case, it probably isn't that far from what the problem was. Yeah.
This is pretty good. Yeah.
And the problem is that it only sees the logs. And yesterday I was boasting about it to Adam, and he said, so let me check this one. Yeah, well, this basically tells you what you have in this one line.
It was a very LLM thing where we had in the test system, the failure on one line, this is what went wrong, and the LLM gave you like 6 pages, which were the same thing. Yeah.
Of course, I didn't know how complex this was for the man behind it to know all the details, because if you have just the logs and you just tries to find some errors in the logs, I know, you just, you can't, or you don't have to come to the very end of it. And so we are lucky to have Adam, and he does it for us, so thank you very much. I try, but I'm not as good as him. Questions?
Thanks for all this work. I think like every Fedora user feels that you are catching a lot of bugs and things are stable, so thank you. First of all, the second thing I have, when the hell will we gate rawhide? Because it's not gating rawhide, right? It is? You gate rawhide. So if we are stealing bugs, I need to check. So we need to improve the test coverage then. If you are gating rawhide, that's cool. I thought that it's not gated.
Well, you can, if you are interested in getting some specific tests in it, so you could, of course, cooperate with us and tell us what we should test.
We had a bug last time system. They also found with AI analysis a little bit like closer, like what's the problem. So yeah, we can take a look at it, because I thought that you said that it was failing also in OpenQA, so I thought it's not gated. So, but maybe it was a test which is not gating. So I think we need to improve the number of the gating tests. Then that would be my ask. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, how feasible is it for users or packagers to add their own custom tests? Because, like, one thing that I find like very valuable with OpenQA is like this needle and like the screenshot and like being able to see explicitly like how the tests run, especially if you're running something like a console or like a Atwin, like that changes how the console is viewed.
Mm-hmm. So, how feasible? If you think that it helps you, then it's definitely good to have. And I think we still have some room in the we have resources and compute time. So if you wanted to cooperate on some tests for your packages, it's doable. And if you wanted to do it under your table, for example, and so you could use the Fedora system, Fedora OpenQA. Everything is packaged in Fedora. It's easy to install, you know. So you could run your own OpenQA machine and only run tests that you want to run. If you are interested in that, we can talk about it too. Or you just ping me afterwards, and that's possible.
In terms of how easy it is to write the test, not as easy as I'd like. You can do it. People have contributed tests. The easiest thing to do is probably to look at a pull request that adds a test and kind of copy what it's doing, because there's various infrastructure to it, the templates and stuff. I did have a long time ago an idea to basically follow what you can do with Fedora CI, where you can just sort of drop a test file in your package directory, and OpenQA would take care of all the infrastructure for you. It's possible to do that, but it's quite a bit of work. I'd still maybe like to do that as a real thing, but it's in the eternal backlog. But yeah, you can contribute tests. It's not as easy as ideally it would be. It's not impossible. I don't want to put people off trying.
One last thing. I would say that the problem of the complexity with the Fedora OpenQA also is that we tend for perfectionism. And for example, when we have needles, so I am a little bit, you know, I started as a philosopher in my life. So I am a little bit like, oh, I am having the test and it's really working, so it's done, oh, great. And then Adam says, oh, well, but this needle is already there, so you should reuse it. You should do this, you shouldn't do that. We want the Perl look like this and not like your mess. So because I was messy, for example, so now we have various scripts that tidy the Perl, you know. And so we get better through me, of course. And
thank you a lot, but I need to stop you. We are
yes,
out
I
of
just
time.
want to say, if you would have a OpenQA instance of your own, then you don't have to reuse needles, and it would be easier. In some ways, yeah. Thank you very much.
I think. Well, a close distance. Yeah, okay. Ready to go.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you're all sufficiently caffeinated and awake, at least mostly. My name is Petr Bokoč, this is Peter Boy, and we're here to talk to you about the Docs initiative that we started last year. So this originally started with a vlog talk a year ago, where we were talking about flattening the roller coaster. By roller coaster, we were referring to this phenomenon in Fedora documentation where once every few years we would get a huge wave of contributions, and it would taper off and go down, 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 until the state of the documentation would reach such a horrible state that it would start pissing off a sufficient number of people, and they would join again and fix it and then go away again. So it went like this, forever. So we decided we were going to try to fix that and establish a long-term community of repeat contributors. After that, in autumn 2025, we formalized it into a formal initiative submitted to the Fedora Council, which was accepted and started officially at the start of November 2025, which also resulted in the two of us being temporarily on the Fedora Council, which, by the way, nobody told me, so imagine my surprise when I got an email from FAS saying you've been added to group Fedora Council. What? So here we are. And
okay, that's my part. Okay, a short recap. What we wanted to achieve. The most important thing is was to consolidate the Docs infrastructure. Originally, we were scattered about Pagure, GitLab, GitHub, and 2 or 3 else. So for a newcomer, it was chaos pure. So nobody didn't know where to do what. The additional problem was at the same time we wanted to consolidate infrastructure. We had to move from Pagure to for Geo. So, and that started as a quick, easy action. We became better. It took its time. Well, other thing is community work. That's a big failure or big mistake. Previously, endeavors to revitalize Docs were suffering from. They didn't do sufficient community building, community work. So at the end, we had a very active team, Docs team, at 2022. Yes, but it was too small and failed to make long-term work. Then we have a structural improvement need. Since we split Fedora into the editions and the spins and others, we have two divided documentation. Many of the editions have their own documentation, and we have some kind of the rest of documentation, which is mostly quick docs, but there is an old administration guide, there is a specific ARM guide and something like that. It's a chaos as well, and we have to improve that. Then we have urgently improve content. We have to establish a consistent structure of each document, which is recognizable. For instance, we should start with the abstract at any time, so you have a short 2 or 3 sentences, what is going on. We want to have a link to upstream documentation in every of our docs and things like that. That is true for every documentation, and specifically for quick docs, which is a huge endeavor to get it up and running, to get it updated, because it's about 100 articles, Some are dating back 5, 6 years ago and describe anything but not a current Fedora issue. And we wanted to restructure QuickDocs from a table of content-based system to a category and tag-based system, because many of the articles are relevant not only for one case or for one categories, but for more than one. So it's easier to use a category system instead of the more static table of content. And the other thing is, we have, in general, Fedora docs is named Fedora. It has something to do with Fedora, but if you look at the standard or default Fedora procedures and councils and teams and something like that, Fedora doesn't play any important role in any term of Fedora. And one of these is we have no consistent communication channel between developers, maintainers, and writers. Ending up, we have the writers wanted to change something, but they fail to get the relevant knowledge about technical details. So one thing is we want to build up a consistent channel between both. And and we have to, that's the other thing, we have to incorporate docs topics in more standard Fedora procedures. For instance, the special case are the release notes, which are currently, where docs is dedicatedly optional. You must have various information in a change proposal, but docs is not a needed thing. So that's a program it's around. It's much to do, and we did already some things done. We talk about the score chart, but we have a lot of them left, and let's see.
Yeah, so let's answer the question that I keep getting all throughout my life. What the hell have you done? So the most important thing that we did is that we appear to have actually established something resembling a community. So we have a formal membership process where somebody who joins, starts to contribute, can get vetted and approved by the other team members and officially join. You don't get a dark robe and a sacrificial dagger yet. I'm still working on that. And that's basically the most important part that we hope to accomplish, right? That's the flattening the roller coaster. And the key to that, what we've actually done, is that we are maintaining a high level of activity, which means that if somebody opens an issue or PR, or the other team members, we try to get back to that person as soon as possible. That doesn't mean we immediately fix the issue or immediately review and merge the PR. But even just dropping a comment that says like, hi, thanks for that. I don't have time currently to work on this, but I'll keep it in mind and I'll check it out later. That's extremely helpful, and it keeps people coming back. And some of those who then come back eventually might want to actually join the team, which is awesome. Some other things that we've done, well, okay, there's the Forge migration, that's the obvious big step. We're pretty much finished with that. All of the content repositories that actually belong to the docs project, that's the docs over there, are migrated, and apart from those, we also publish some docs repositories that we don't really maintain ourselves, but they belong to various SIGs, to the council, FESCO, the packaging committee, that kind of stuff. All of these groups and SIGs maintain their own docs, we just publish them. And most of those are also migrated, except for two that seem pretty abandoned, and I'm gonna have to fix that later. Some repos are still in GitLab, but that's a lesser issue than them remaining on Pagure. Also, the new community that we now have has produced completely on its own, without any top-down push from us, a beginner's guide, which is basically the idea is to provide some introductory docs for people who have never used not just Fedora but any Linux before, and they're here because they just can't handle Windows anymore, which seems to be more and more people. Long-term plan with that is to also produce, if any of you remember the Fedora handbook that used to exist about 2018, 2019, and we used to hand it out in conferences. That project, I mean, it was awesome. It kind of went away because nobody was maintaining it. But we're hoping to use the beginner's guide to produce something similar and hand it out to people at conferences and events and kind of stuff. Also, to enable more people to contribute to docs, not just in the docs project, but overall in 6 and so on, we're completely revamping documentation, contributor documentation. I'm going to say the word documentation a lot today. Because that's like the entry point, basic entry point for everybody who wants to join, right? So that they don't have to figure out how everything works by themselves. Because there are some idiosyncrasies in Antora that, yeah, it's better if somebody just tells you what to do, as always. As part of the Forge migration, we've also cleaned up a lot of our repositories. So we're using a shared set of labels, for example, so they're actually useful because previously there was a completely different set in pretty much any repo, and as a result, nobody was using any of them because it was just a huge mess. Now that we have all of our repos in Forge under a single organization, we can make use of the project boards, which we use for example, well, tracking long-term work, basically what you would call epics in Agile, and for stuff like scheduling topics for our meetings, which we have every 2 weeks. And yeah, one big challenge that we have had with the initiative so far was also caused by the Forge migration, at least partially. Partially it was caused because I'm lazy. Since we had to migrate our repos first, and since Forge, basically half a year ago, it was missing a lot of functionality, like the project boards. I think they existed half a year ago, but they couldn't really do much. So we couldn't use them for this project tracking. And so we've gotten pretty good at tracking immediate issues and at single topic issues. But for tracking long-term goals, which consists of multiple subtasks, let's say, that's been historically a problem, and we're gonna have to really get on that after we get back from Flock. And
okay, that's the current status. And now what do we do in the next month? Well, we want or will want to concentrate on 3 to 4 topics. The first one is an update of the docs portal page or landing page to include a section about contribution or contributors, which is now missing. We have 2 sections now, users guide and project, and in Fedora project section where we're talking about the teams and the teams basically, and the user guide, a user section which is user documentation. And we want to add a 3rd section about contributors information or something like that. It's quite a planning. I started about more than a year ago, but got stuck because, I would say, no, that's an easy thing, but just in case someone of you is working in some contributors context, you may be considering to come in contact with us to include you into these new sections. The big challenge is docs, quick docs consolidation. There we have three parts. We have to get the content right, and we have to get the content from the technical side. We have to update nearly everything of the 100 articles, and we have to consolidate the generic recognizable context, structure, metadata, and so on. And we have to switch from the table of content-based sorting to categorization. Well, we are quite optimistic, and so because we have already made an intensive review of every page and have a list where we assess a kind of score about relative importance, impact, and currency. So we can take this list and sort out or make a plan. It is on our ticket, just in case someone wants to check it. Well, this is docs, quick docs side. On the other, and the third topic is to make a pilot project of communication, set up a communication channel between writers and maintainers or developers. That seems to be the most difficult project. Probably less work as a quick docs consolidation in amount of time, but as for getting it done, there are a lot of barriers, let me say. We want to start with a pilot project regarding the content and pick up one long-standing problematic topics, either kernel or Fedora and multimedia. And I think we will start with one of those and try to get something up and running. So if someone of you is interested in multimedia and Fedora, please come up to us so we can work something out. At least we got the team leader of multimedia to join us, so it's a big progress as a present. Or if one of you is a kernel developer, you are invited to contact us as well. That's the one of the first pilot project here. And the other one is we tackle the release note process. We want to include mandatory parts about user documentation for each change, in each change proposal, and maybe in the long run to automate the generation of the release notes and to get a complete set of release notes, not some partial percent of changes. And we have to make some other trial to bring Fedora docs better into the Fedora project as a whole. Something maybe, we have our previous our best distributions are the editions. The edition have technical specifications, something else, but they don't have to have a docs, so a user docs, and probably there's another issue we should change. So that's a short overview. What we are going or wanting to do, please contact us on the Matrix channel so we can make a better communication about it. And now,
right, so we're just going to breeze through this really fast because we're running out of time. This is some stuff that we would like to have further in the future after the initiative ends. One thing that's important mostly is the content map, which, we are just a group of docs writers. We don't really have insight into what users of various types actually want to do. So we can't document it. But you guys in various SIGs, you're way closer to that, right? You know what people what kind of issues people run into. Like, I don't know, holy shit, I installed Silverblue and now YouTube doesn't work. That kind of stuff, right? So we would like to hopefully work with a whole bunch of people from across the Fedora project on creating something like a content map and a set of, I'm calling it minimum viable content. That's a set of criteria similar to how QA has a test matrix, where they have a list of things that must be tested for every release, and they're making sure it works. So we would do something like that, but making sure that the documentation for those things specifically is up to date. And documenting known issues, especially. Known issues are some of the most actually useful and commonly used pieces of documentation and that kind of stuff. So how can you help? First of all, come talk to us on Matrix, please. We don't bite. There's actually even a fun conversation in there once in a while. Become a docs captain. Yeah, I kind of glossed over that. It's a bit of a dumb term, but basically I would really love for every SIG and working group and so on to have something like a docs steward, right? By that I don't mean somebody who actually writes all of the docs for that SIG. I mean somebody who thinks about them once in a while and brings it up at meetings and tries to poke others to, like, I don't know, you're discussing some kind of an issue, some kind of a bug, and that person would think, hey, we should probably document that, so there's info about it somewhere else than our mailing list and our matrix, right? Somewhere where people can find it. And yeah, document your processes, please. 2 days ago, we had this whole conversation about how contributors keep leaving, and what wasn't really said there was that every time somebody leaves the project and never comes back, there's some part of, let's say, tribal knowledge that leaves with them, and it never comes back. And then people have to rediscover this knowledge when something breaks, and that's less than ideal. So ideally, we would document everything in excruciating detail. That's not documentation aimed at users, that's documentation aimed at the project. So we're only helping ourselves when we do this. And again, please come talk to us, and we will help you get set up if you don't have any documentation currently, or if you do and it's barely maintained, we can figure out some way to help you. Right, we have about 1 minute remaining, so if there's a question.
This is from Justin on Matrix. He said he would crash at some point, but I don't think he's reached. He asks, what is the one thing both Peter and Petra are both proud of from the current span of the current Fedora Docs initiative? What is one thing that will likely span beyond the term of the initiative?
What's the span beyond? Well, that should probably be the community building. I mean, for all of this, that's part of the initiative. It's not like we're going to just stop when it ends, right? The 12 months are going to run out, and we're going to continue what we are doing. We're just not going to be invited onto council panels. But yeah, the community building is the most important part, because without a functioning community, none of the other stuff matters, right? Because you can make plans as much as you want, but when there's nobody in there to actually execute them, well, they're just plans.
Well, I want to emphasize it's the first time since many years we had a quite successful process of community building, and we had not double, but factor of 4 the number of people who contribute to docs at the moment. So let's hope for the future.
Yeah, I mean, I've been contributing to docs for 13 years now, and I've never seen the current level of activity, like day to day, right? Not just on meetings, but people are actually talking in the channel, and they're actually, measuring PRs and talking to people who open issues, and they're thinking of work for themselves, which has basically never happened in Fedora. So that's awesome, and thank you very much.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining me to this session. So this session would be like an experience with how I worked with Fedora. So I had a 6-month internship with Red Hat where I was I had the Fedora workstation, and this would be like kind of an experience where I'll be sharing what I learned, what were the things that went well, what did not go as I planned, and what were the challenges I faced. This is kind of an experience of how a developer, when a first-time developer comes to Fedora, how he would see the Fedora, or how he would get used to the Fedora workstation. First of all, why do developers choose Fedora? What are the reasons for the some of the reasons for the developers to choose Fedora? First would be the upstream first tooling. So Fedora has a upstream first tooling, so the developers get frequent updates and also faster updates for each of the package that is pushed. Then we have the Fedora has a very good pure GNOME desktop. So it is very easier for the developers, very clean desktop. So it is very easier for the developers to get their work done, and there is no clutter, so that the developer productivity is enhanced. Then it supports cloud native ecosystem by default. So it has a strong alignment with Red Hat's ecosystem of cloud native, moving towards cloud native. So we get the Podman built inside of the Fedora. So that is a very good thing to have for the developers, because they can test their workstations, different workstations, or different servers based on containers, and they can move on with the cloud itself, so that the features which cloud native support, which Fedora provides, those are immensely good. So that's why developers tend to choose Fedora. Then the ultimate goal for the developers is that they need a OS which has which provides them with cutting edge softwares with frequent updates, and which does not break their day-to-day life. So the developer who comes to Fedora, he does not want anything fancy or anything. He just wants the OS to work correctly and his work to be done, the day-to-day jobs that a developer has. I'm a web developer, so I have some of the things web development related. I just want those things to be done in a systematic way or in a very easy manner. So that's why developers tend to choose Fedora. We will start with the first week experience. How was my first week experience starting along with the Fedora? Usually what happens is when a user comes, or when a developer comes, if initially he has problem in getting started, or even cloning a repository, or getting started with setting up the database. So all of these things, if these are the issues if the developer faces in the first week itself, it is very hard for them to move on, and many of them if they don't like it, then they switch to another one. But how was my experience working with Fedora? So my testing ground was, I am a web developer, full stack web developer. So my daily tech stack was not just surfing or web browsing or just normal stuff. I used the Fedora workstation for all of the purposes. For front end, I worked with React, Next.js applications, and TypeScript. So Next.js, production grade Next.js application, I worked with them. Then in the backend side, I worked with Node.js, Python, and Fast API. As I mentioned, the cloud native deployments, for the duration of the internship, I worked with all of the cloud-based or container-based environments, and Podman and deployments as well. So that was what I worked with for the for the full stack development. And apart from this, the daily developer work that a developer usually does is on VS Code or Git, GitHub, and Slack and browser. So all of these things, I worked with all of these things, and during the tenure of the internship. So what worked well for me as a web developer working with the Fedora workstation? First of all, as a web developer, I need 2, 3 or 4 things running at a single time. I have a front end, I have a back end, I have some cloud services running. So I need to have space for all of those things if I am working on my laptop. So the Fedora workstation provided me with a separate, like the workflow was very nice for the browsers, and the monitor connectivity was like very nice. And then being a developer, we need to test the applications on different browsers. So the Fedora workstation also provided me with different browser testings, because it was very easy for me to integrate or install the different browsers like Chrome, Firefox, or Edge. Then, like I mentioned, like I tend to work with like multiple services running simultaneously. So that was very easy for me to do on the workstation. Then as a developer, as a web developer, the terminal for me was like it was a very important thing for me, but the terminal experience was, I would like to mention it, but it was very excellent for me. And then next was the backend API development. So like I mentioned, I worked with front end and backend. So in the backend side, the API integration and the things I worked with, so I did not face any of the issues while working on that. And lastly, I thought that if I'm working with all of these systems and all of these services working simultaneously, the laptop's battery might be draining very fast. But that was not the issue with like what I worked with. And the performance was also good, and also the battery life was very nice. So a normal day in my journey, what it looked like I used to get the code from GitHub, like we all usually do. And I used to start the toolbox environment for running running the environment. Then I used to run multiple containers with Podman simultaneously, and I used to develop the code in VS Code, and then test it locally, and push the changes. So this is a workflow which all of the developers follow, or this is a common workflow which everyone follows, or each of the developer follows, and this process for me was very, very smooth. So initially, in the first week, what were the things that impressed me about the workstation? So first of all, the installation experience was very smooth. I previously had another operating system, so switching to that, I thought that the installation, like I might feel, because it was my first time switching, so I might feel some difficulties like switching the OS, but the installation experience was very good. Then the hardware detection. So all of the Wi-Fi, Bluetooth devices, then everything like connected very smoothly. And that is what a normal or a general user wants, that he should not face, he does not want to click on hundreds of connection settings and then get the like his headphones or keyboards, wireless keyboards get connected. But this was a very smooth experience for me. Then after the installation was done, I did not have to configure hundreds of things. After the installation, all of the things were like working very smoothly. And the package availability, I really like the package availability for the Fedora. Then like the packages, all of the packages which I needed were present on the Fedora repository. And yeah, the main thing, like what I really liked was the Podman feature for Podman out of the box. So Fedora provides us with Podman out of the box, which is like inbuilt with the Fedora, and it was a very good experience. Like I previously was using Docker, but switching to Podman, like the process or the the process was very smooth. Then the developer tools like I mentioned, the VS Code, Cursor, and all of the IDEs, they worked very nicely and integrated very nicely with the workstation. So these were the things I was impressed with, or like I really liked them. So it was like not all smooth experience. There were some of the challenges which I faced. First was the codec setup. So there were some of the media formats or some of the video formats, which I had to do of some of the configurations to get them started working with. So that is a thing where I faced few of the challenges personally. Then I previously used a different package manager. Like I previously used a different package manager, APT or Brew, I think. Yeah, so I switched from that to DNF. So it was not a very like a drastic change, but still there were some challenges which I had to, changes of commands which I had to learn and get the things done. Yeah, and the next was, like I mentioned, Docker to Podman. So I previously was working with Docker, and then I shifted to Podman. So there were not major changes. All of the commands were mostly same, but still I had to make few configurations in my applications to change them. Then the GNOME workflow. So the workflow itself is very clean and very nice, but the getting hands-on with the shortcuts and the feel of the OS, it took me some time. So it took me some time to get hands-on with it. So that was the first week experience. Like now I'll shift to after 1 month. How was my experience getting to do everything, working with the Fedora workstation? So for me, the OS became invisible. So this is like what I feel is a very big compliment which you can give to an OS is you don't have to think about the OS that it is you are working on something specific. So all of the development environment and stability was very nice after 1 month, and all of the Git and SSH keys, there was no dropping of the SSH keys, or I did not have to reconfigure them again and again. And the workflow consistency, which what I faced after 1 month, it was very nice because I worked with the front-end application, then the back-end, so the CI/CD pipelines, everything. So everything was the workflow which I worked with was working very correctly and very nicely. Then, yeah, like I mentioned, the daily workflow consistency. And next was the system update stability. So there were many of the system updates that usually we get. So there was no breaking, or there was no breaking of the OS or my workflow when the system update was there, and all of the updates were stable when I worked on them. And then the container first, the containers acted as the first class citizen. So like I mentioned, for a developer, the container based environments are very essential. So the Podman integration was very nice, and cross runtime testing, which means that I tested the containers on different environments like Node.js environment or servers. So all of those worked very nicely with the workstation. In all, it was a great experience, it was a smooth workflow for me as a developer, and it improved my efficiency. Like I would say personally, it improved my efficiency. Yeah. So the main part, or what I feel for myself, what was the main part, was the seamless integrations for Podman. It was ready to use from day one. I did not have to make any of the configurations separately to run or start with Podman. Then my local environment was closely matched with OpenShift deployments. So there was one MCP server I was working on. For that, I had to containerize the application and then deploy it on OpenShift, for which so there are sometimes what happens is when you build an image in another operating system and you push the image to OpenShift, sometimes what happens is if the OS does not match, there are some issues with the deployment. But since I was working with Fedora, it closely matched with the deployment environment, and it was a smooth experience for me to deploy the MCP server. Then for me, the learning curve was like switching from Docker to Podman, some of the application configurations I had to make. And then few of the container workflow or the minor adjustment in my applications, which I had to make to switch from Docker to Podman. It is just a keyword change, but still it was a learning curve for me. personally. So these are some of the things I learned the hard way after 1 month or after a long period of working with Fedora. First was to never ignore the system updates. The frequent and incremental updates are significantly safer than massive leaps, and you should have your workstation updated frequently. Then mastering the DNF history command. So this DNF history command, it became very useful for me, and it was very essential for my workflow because it helped me to, if I wanted to switch back to some of the configuration or a specific checkpoint, I can switch back to it using the ID of the DNF history. Then isolating the volatile working environment with toolbox, so it prevents the core system pollution. And so we have the toolbox, so we can use the toolbox for separate environment, and have working with it is what I think it was best for me. Then routinely backing up my dot files to help me reconfigure if something goes wrong. So that was the thing I learned the hard way. Then understanding the basic systemd commands. So the systemd commands help me with the different services, while working with different services. So that is a command which which helped me, or I did not have a knowledge about it, but after I started working with the Fedora workstation, I got to know about it, and it was a very helpful thing for me. Yeah. So these were some of the commands which saved my time personally. First was the DNF upgrade. So it ensures the system is up to date with the latest software. Like I mentioned, we need to have the updates frequently rather than taking massive leaps. Then the DNF history command, going back to the specific system state. So that was a very helpful command. Then toolbox center for running an environment, toolbox environment. The podman PS for displaying all of the running containers. And lastly, systemctl status. So it helped me in troubleshooting some of the services and managing troubleshooting services. So these were some of the commands which helped me during the tenure, and these are some of the important commands which everyone should get the hands on for a new developer who is starting. Yeah, and these were some of the underestimated features, which first was the SE-Linux. So all of the the podman, the SE-Linux provides us with security features which gives us enhanced security for our system. Then the toolbox environment. So we have different or isolated development environments for dependency management. So you can have a separate environment running specifically for a specific thing, and if something fails, it fails in that specific environment. Then the GNOME integration, it was a very good experience. I would say I personally like the OS, how it felt and how easier it was for me to manage different systems and working with multiple services at a single time. And it made it very easier for the gestures, also made it very easier for me to navigate through the OS. And lastly, the Flatpak. So Flatpak lets you sandbox applications and run them separately, so that it would be easier. It would help in security and compatibility of the application. So these were some of the underestimated features which I thought and which were very helpful for me. Yeah. And lastly, some of the key takeaways from this session. So first of all, the Fedora workstation is absolutely, I feel it is very great for developers to get started with and have their systems running. It provides you with different features which can help you in your day-to-day workflow. Then rapid updates are both strength and responsibility, because having updates very frequently could cause like sometimes to break something, but the updates are like you should have them done as soon as you can. Then the containers make Fedora significantly more powerful because you have them inside, like you have them built inside of the, you get it out of the, like Podman out of the box, so it is very easier for you to get started with it. Then most issues are that you face, even if you face any of the issues while working with the workstation, the Fedora ecosystem is like very nice, so you can embrace the issues, and it is all manageable. And lastly, the biggest surprise for me was not what Fedora could do, but how quickly it disappeared into the background and let me focus on my development. So as I mentioned, the biggest compliment you can give to an OS is it becomes invisible after working for a specific period of time, which means that you don't have to constantly think about, oh, I'm working on this setup, or I'm working on this OS, so what should I do? What do I need to change some configurations? So that is the biggest thing which I thought in my personal experience was the like a key point for me. Thank you. That was the session.
I asked it on Matrix, but I'll ask it live since I'm here. And you actually answered this question a little bit in the last bullet of the last slide, but I want to be a little bit more specific. This is a two-part question. What was something you were most surprised in a positive way about using Fedora Workstation in your role as a developer? What was something you were most surprised in a negative way about using Fedora Workstation in your role as a developer? Maybe more specific than just disappearing.
Okay, yeah. So it disappeared in a way that there are some configurations you need to do when you start a system or when you are going on with a specific OS. So I had those configurations made for me in the first week of my development, like all of the VS Code settings, all of the all of the container or the Podman configurations or everything. I had them set up in the first week or the first time of the using itself, and the Git and SSH keys as well. So all of those configuration, I had them done previously, and I did not have to think about it again and again. So while working as a developer, I don't want that I am running, I want to push something or I want to pull a code and the SSH key is constantly failing due to something in the OS or due to some of the configurations for me which are not done correctly. So I don't want that. And as a negative in the, so sorry, what was the second question?
Positive, negative.
Okay, so and in a negative way, I don't think in the developer workflow I faced any of the major issues. Like there were small issues like sometimes it would be very firstly it was very hard for me to get used to the GNOME workflow. For as a developer you tend to use shortcut keys, so it was very hard for me to switch the shortcuts.
What did you use before Fedora Workstation?
I mostly use Windows because I joined Red Hat and then I got into the Linux and everything. So previously I usually used the Windows workstation. So it was very hard for me to switch the workspace and the GNOME interface and the shortcuts. So that was one thing that I faced. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I have three questions in one. What kind of computer do you have? Which version of Fedora do you install? And the most important, which tool was the hardest for you to adapt to your workflow as a developer?
Sorry, what was the first one? First question?
What kind of computer you have?
What kind of computer?
Computer, yeah.
Yeah, I had a Lenovo system.
Fedora version?
Fedora version was 43. Yeah, the recent one.
And the tool hardest to adapt to your workflow?
The hardest thing I mentioned was I previously was using Docker, so I had to make some of the configuration changes in the to start working with Podman. So I did not have much knowledge about the Podman itself when I initially got started. So I had a learning curve on that part. As personally, I had a learning curve on that part.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we are out of time, but there's a coffee break, so if you want to continue, you can. Next presentation are in 30 minutes. So thank you a lot.
welcome. We're Adam and Jonathan. Adam's from Fleet. I'm from Red Hat. This talk is going to be in two halves. First, we're going to talk a little bit about NIST controls and the sort of things that auditors will be looking at, and how we use OS Query on Fedora as a kind of transparent SQL engine to audit systems. Then we're going to move on to atomic hosts like Silverblue, Bluefin, CoreOS, where user is /user is a read-only file system, and RPM-Q only reflects the currently booted operating system, but might not reflect any staged changes. And then we're going to show how that we can reflect the visibility in OS Query. And then the whole stack is open source, so you want to talk about it?
Yeah, of course, thank you.
What happened to work?
Ah, there we go, it's come back, good start. So, yeah, what we'll be presenting, essentially. So I work at Fleet as a customer solutions architect. So I work mainly on macOS, Windows, and Linux fleets. And we're going to be talking a bit about the OS query, how we can use it, and that visibility. I think here we'll just go kick off, and we'll talk about the compliance challenge.
Yep.
Cheers, Jonathan.
So really, the core problem is that Linux often fails audits because not because it's insecure, but because it's difficult for you to prove to the auditors that it's secure. There's not really a whole lot of MDM software for Linux. Quite often, you rely on things like shell scripts and bespoke scripts that you will generate, CSV files or YAML or something like that that you can hand to the auditors. Really, they want the evidence. They don't want you to just say that it's secure. And we really want to have some sort of open source visibility into the process. Every check is queryable, forkable, and on GitHub. And I guess the thesis for the next 15 minutes is going to be about that. So what is Fleet?
Thank you, John. So yeah, so Fleet, what is it? It's an open source, self-hostable platform. You can manage, secure macOS, Windows, Linux from one place. You run it, so the data stays yours. You can self-host that. It's built on OS Query. I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with OS Query. It was built Meta a while back. The whole point, it's like an operating system query. So what it does, it's an agent that exposes the operating system as SQL tables. A query is just a SQL question over those tables. A policy is a query with a pass or fail rule that we kind of use for automation. So one or more rows means that it's a pass. For example, disk encryption. You can kind of just simply check, is the device encrypted or not? And if it's not, either have a user message or have auto remediation, whether that's a script or a package for a software. GitOps, that we'll talk about a little bit, and I'll show you some examples, is the kind of how whole fleets are configured. It's how we define a fleet, a report, a policy, and all those controls live in Git as YAML. So it's super auditable. Changes a pull request, it's reviewed, it's version controlled, and then the CI applies them with our binary. And yeah, that'll be most of the bits we'll go over. Hand over to you for the NIST.
Yes. So one of the things that we're often looking at are to show to the auditors that we are following the NIST guidelines and looking at and we're going to look at a couple particular NIST controls that we have for the OS query. For example, this is how we would be deploying Fleet. On a regular Fedora system, you can just create a package and install it On Silverblue, it's a little bit more complicated because you can't just RPM install. You have to do RPM OS tree, and of course our package has some issues with that just because of the directories that you use. But it does get installed, and we actually have several systems already in Fleet that are running atomic distributions. So here's one of the policies that we can look at. Here, it's a really simple, I don't know, can people see this? But you just basically select one from disk encryption, which is a table in NoSQL query, where the name is /dev/dm wildcard, and it's encrypted. And that will return paths if it has an encrypted disk, and it will fail if it doesn't. And the action, whenever you do this, with Fleet, you can actually have actions where a script can run to remediate it, but whenever you've got an encrypted disk, that really means you have to go and talk to the person who owns the system and make sure it gets reinstalled. But we could definitely do things with Ansible or something like that to fix it. Here's another set of policies that that's really useful for checking. You can look at a variety of checks for the SSH authorized keys files on the system. And like for the first query up there, that looks for really old certificates, that it's over a year old. And I can go and poke it over to the Fleet page to show you what these look like. The middle one looks for keys where there isn't actually a user on the box. And the third one is looking for keys that are using a non-compliant algorithm. Let's see if I can pop that over to there. Let's see, where's the console? Policies. Yeah. So here's an example. Do you want to walk through that?
Thank you. So essentially here, all we've done is, as per the slides, we just have a policy for each one. And we can see that the two hosts that we have in there are passing. And here I'll just show you what the query actually just looks like. As per the slides, nothing too complicating. We're just using a join with the user table as well, so we can actually get the right information. And what we can also see is, as this is a policy, and I have it all managed in GitOps, what we have is just this policies. We can list a few of them together, so I've actually got multiple that I'm calling out. And then when I need to make a change, we review this, merge it, and then this will be, in fact, in the GUI, ready to report on live status for your policies. Cheers, John.
How does it work with the centralized user management? For example, these all file authorized keys files are missing there, so you would not see them, and still users might have outdated keys in the centralized store.
So the question is how we handle it for a centralized user, so like LDAP, Active Directory, something like that. Well, in those sorts of cases, you'd be able to audit it from the data, you'd be actually looking at the directory to look at those sorts of things. This is on a per host system, so you'd be looking at stuff on the local host. And this actually looks at only local users. If your users are actually being managed in SSSD with Active Directory, or at Red Hat we use Red Hat Directory Server. We'd have to be using something else to do that because those things are stored in LDAP. But those are definitely things that you can audit. It's just this is for looking at individual workstations and things like that.
In theory, you can go crazy with this. So this is what our default tables do, but if there's a way for you to generate an artifact on the device, you can then use other tables like JSON files table or just files table to actually just extract that information. So if it's maybe too difficult, the teams don't communicate too well, it's hard to get that information from the central team, there's always ways. And later on, we're going to show some of the stuff we've built with extensions that allows you to kind of do that. Cheers.
So actually, one of the things that I do whenever I need to look at local users tables and things are in the directory, there's a last table which populates records from the last DB on your computer. And so I just look at people who have logged into the system and then query using those users to look at their home directories and things like that. So it's very possible. It's just, this is kind of generic how you would do it. Oh, actually.
Yeah, cheers. So, yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, and we were saying there's some other queries I built out, I think, about 3-4 months ago for OpenClaw. So the beauty, obviously, with OS Query is you can do this for Linux, Mac, Windows. As long as it's got OS Query on there, there's a table, and we can detect that. So what we kind of did is we have 4 score indicators, and we can do scoring in policies. It doesn't just need to be a yes or no. So with this one, it's if a host has 3 or more, that will fail. If it's a single weak signal, we don't want to necessarily raise an alarm, so we can score it that way. So separate policies, they'll catch systemd, launch D persistence, so agents that will kind of survive a reboot. We've got reports that back it up, so an investigation snapshot for the current state of the device. We've got threat huntings, which will show differentials. So with some of the reporting we can send, depending on how you want to ingest it in your SIEM, you can have a full snapshot, which will have everything. Maybe you want it less noisy, and you can then use just a differential. So when something does switch, that will actually create the alert. And then, yeah, it runs, like I said, on Linux, Mac OS from just one config. And later on, I'll do a bit of a demo and show you some of those slides and how that works. And this one's over to you. Cheers.
So we also want to be able to do vulnerability scanning. In Fleet, it's all fully self-hostable. There's no telemetry leaving your network. OS Query reports on RPM packages, and the OS version needs check-in, and then Fleet evaluates each of these against Red Hat OVAL. Since we're talking about Fedora, we actually kind of pair those up with particular RHEL releases, since we're using RHEL's OVAL data. It does sync from RHEL, from the RHEL OVAL database. But then it kind of fills in things from the NVD CPE as well. And there's basically here we've got all the various exports that you can do. And that's useful for doing sort of audit compliances, as well as just looking to see what your fleet of systems have installed and whether you have any issues that need to be resolved. So how do you go from these policies to what the actual auditors want? You can report basically a point-in-time snapshot of what you have. You can have these queries, return results basically in the same answer. There's when you're using something like GitOps, you can look at the Git history of every policy, see who made the changes, when they went into effect. And you can export all this information into a JSON or CSV file to hand to your auditors. And here on the side, here's just an example of what the policy looks like from the API. You can pull the information right there. It shows that one there is basically the query that you get the policy for what the disk encryption, whether it's systems that disk. You can see that there's 142 passing hosts and 2 failing. And it even shows the update time, last time you updated that policy. So now we're going to talk a little bit about Atomic Linux and how to manage those things. We're going to shift from the mutable Fedora to Atomic. We are just going to kind of go over the basics of what we've discovered and some of the issues that we did and some of the things we've done to address them. So on DNF, as we talked about, it's really easy DNF update. RPM OS tree has a variety of ways of being able to get that information. Actually, there's 3 truths that you get. You have what it was, what it is now, and what it will be in the future. All these 3 states will coexist at the same time on a running system. You have like the commit that you were booted into, the commit you're booted into right now, and the commit you will be next. Don't get anything like that on Fedora standard because you just see what you have. You might be able to look at the Git history, or I'm sorry, the DNF history and see what was packaged, but you have these 3 states, and here we're talking about here. So we have the next boot, what's going to be the next boot, what's right now, and what it was. And we also want to be able to look at stuff like what's pinned and things like that. These assumptions that we've made kind of break down when we're looking at atomic systems. We assume things like that we have that the etc lives forever, that DNF is the way you install something. There's lots of... But you understand that it's a lot different than what it used to be. And that, /user is not writable. A lot of things assumes that they can drop files in /user. And the RPM QA is going to be the source of truth. It doesn't really help whenever your next boot's going to be a different thing. And also, you can have things that are layered on top of that commit.
Thank you. So, here what we're going to look at is how... Oh, touched it and I've broken it. There we go. Is how we do it with Fleet, considering that all of this has changed. So what we ended up doing is, I'll give a bit of background about what the query is doing, but OS query is not a database, right? Each table is from essentially a virtual table that's been generated. So SQLite calls the generator at query time, whether that's a policy or a report. The generator collects the live state. So we've got some examples over here for like processes, listening ports. This is essentially what it's just kind of getting the output from. Once it's collected all of that, SQLite runs the join and where over those kind of fresh rows just in memory. Nothing persists between the runs. So rerunning returns current truths. It's not like a cached result. And that's what makes it really good for audit evidence. So the reports push SQL to the FleetD agent and orbit over a WebSocket. Scheduled queries and reports, they kind of sit in the config, just waiting for an interval. And then when we look at this, a generator, a key point, is a read-only collector. Right, so everything it's doing isn't actually changing anything on the device. It's just getting a read from it. So it just observes. It doesn't change the host. And this is going to set us up for the extension that we've built out. If you can see every table, RPM OS tree deployment doesn't exist. So what we'll talk about is how we've essentially built that. So with OS query, there's the ability to just read files, like I was saying, from files table, JSONs, but you'd have to get the fresh output. So that's like multiple steps, maybe not ideal. So what you can do is, with OS query, just build an extension for something you're interested in. And we were really interested in being able to get RPM OS tree info. So it's a couple lines of Go, I think like 200 lines, probably be less if I could code properly. I'm a CSA, so I normally just do helping customers after. Our engineers, probably a million times better, but it just shows you the ability and how simple it is. And what we've done, essentially with this, it's 200 lines, like I said. It just looks at the RPM OS tree status and then JSON output. We get 1 row per deployment. It's built and signed through our GitHub, and then the fleet policy can then utilize that extension. If it doesn't detect it, it will run a script to actually install it on the host so we can deploy it across everyone. And then after that table, it's queryable. It's in the Fleet UI. Columns include stuff like version, booted, staged, container image, reference, any layered packages we can start to see as well. And yeah, we'll show you around, I guess. So let's see it running in the fleet. And I think it might be easier at this point if I swap from this view over to shared view. Let me just change that to the entire screen. Super duper. So, first thing we'll look at is the extension. So we'll look at our hosts. We've got a bluefin and we've got silver blue, right? So this one you can see is offline because it's in John's bag. This top one is just running on UTM on my device. So what we'll look at is, first of all, the policy we've written, right? Actually, no, let's go to the report and we'll look at this one. So it's Atomic Deployment Inventory, RPMOS tree. And what we're doing, there's a lot of red, and red is what we do to help me mainly for spell checking, because I spell things wrong. But it's because these tables and columns don't exist. They're not native to Fleet. It's something that we've added, so that's why they show in red. So we'll do a live report. We'll select it to the Linux hosts. We'll run this. Obviously, it's going to go terribly wrong because it's live, but we'll see. It can take about 20 to 30 seconds to get the query back from the device. It did show my device was online, so that should be good. Some elevator music. Do, 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 do.
I do this all the time because I use Fleet at work, and so I'm always doing queries like this. And you're always like, will it work?
Will it? Yeah, yeah. In this moment, definitely won't work, right? So here we can see my device there. We can see which one is booted, right, from the value. We can see the SHA value for it. We can see when it deployed. We can see the layered packages. So you can see that I've layered Fleet OS query onto that. So it's on both images. And we can see which one is staged as well. So then because we have all of this information in columns, we can now create a policy that says, okay, we want it to be on this version. If it's not, the policy will fail. And then essentially just have a little script to kick off and get them to the latest. I think there are some other examples that we had put in, and I'll just show you this one, essentially what it is. You don't need to write these reports every time, right? Because SQL is hard, I guess, for most people. So what you have is you just have them here installed. So I have a report here in my YAML. I give it a simple name, a description. This is just so you can kind of see that, a description of the meaning as well. You can be as verbose as you want. And then I have an interval at the rate that it kind of runs, so I can have that constantly happening. Sending a snapshot if I want it for logging. And here, I just put in the actual SQL block. We need to make a change. We'll edit that, prove it, merge it, and it's in the OS. So that was one of them that I was going to show. And I think we had some other examples that we were going to talk about, which were some of the ones that we have for example, OpenClaw. And it just shows you the power of SQL and with these tables, what we can do. So, I'm looking at, for example, let me filter it so we can only look at what's relevant to here, Linux today. So we can look at MDNS auto discovery. We can look at if we see some memory poisoning. We can see some world-readable secrets. And all it is, super light query. Well, maybe not this one. Again, doing a join with the users. But again, these purple tables are all native Fleet tables. And then with these columns, we can then start looking for anything that's OpenClaw and any other variants. Again, for memory poisoning, slightly different one. We're looking at some of the directories, looking for any modifications to the sol file and memory files, readable secrets. All we're looking out for is, again, here through the files, looking at certain directories like maltbot as well, file names, looking at that, and seeing if anything's visible in there. So, what other examples? I think that was the main bit. I'm going to swap the screen back into this extended display, and we should be good to look at a bit of this. Yeah. Thank you.
So what's the road ahead here? We've had a couple problems getting the Fleet package installed on Bluefin and Silverblue. It crashed. Yes. Actually, we spent quite a few hours this morning trying to figure some things out, so yes. For example, it tries to open opt-orbit, and it was a read-only system until we fixed that. It will try to start the file system, or it tries to start the service as part of the package, which is not what Fedora packages are supposed to do, but it's what the Fleet package does. So we need to fix that too. You can't start a service in a overlaid package because that's not actually running on your system yet. We needed to kind of point at different directories like varlib fleetd instead of /user. So some of the things we fixed, we already, it has a parameter, the orbit root dir. We just need to switch it over. And there's an etc configuration file in /etc default. There's obviously this, the OS tree, RPM OS tree deployments table, or extension rather, that doesn't yet exist upstream, but it lives in your Git repository right now. It's not that hard to add. And some of the things we want to do, I want to also track Flatpaks because people install Flatpaks on Atomic distros, and it would be good to be able to track them. And we need to both track system level Flatpaks and each user's Flatpaks that are installed. Oh yes, also, one of the things, I was at the Bootsy BOF yesterday, and I heard a lot of things about how a lot of these assumptions that we're making about RPM OS tree might not be the case in the future. So we'll have to be able to handle those in the future. And then we have the root directory will definitely need to be moved for image mode systems. Yep. So yeah. So thank you very much. The code is public. There's his Git repository as well. Here's some information about how to contact us. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions?
Maybe it's like a stupid question now, but is anybody except Red Hat interested in Bootsy, or do you have other folks interested from other companies? Like there are some folks here from other companies who are super interested in having a managed workstation and so on. So I'm just wondering if more people are interested in it except Red Hat.
I think that segues pretty well to thank you very much. All of our kind of product is in GitHub. All of our issues are there, and so what customers can just do is just open feature requests. So far, I think before this talk, I looked, there was some questions, not in our repo, but in the OS query repo. So that's why I thought it would be cool to put this together. But definitely, if there's interest, let us know, post it, and I mean, feel free also to write an extension where we take community contributions all the time.
So thanks for the presentation. I have two questions. One, maybe I missed something, but can it distribute software? And the second one is there any kind of like, or are you thinking about any kind of portal where users could upload their custom policy for the benefit of the community?
Brilliant, thank you. So to answer your first question, we talked about policies and what they do as automations. Here it was just like a script, but what we do for macOS, Windows, Linux, all of them, well, apart from the mobiles, is we can distribute and attach a software. So a simple policy, we've added something called auto patch. It's not for Linux, it's macOS and Windows. So we use Homebrew for Windows ingestion, for macOS ingestion, and Winget for Windows. And essentially, we maintain those apps. We look at when there's a new one, update the SQL query itself so that it's on the latest. And if you're not on the latest, it'll fail and automatically remediate. So there's a lot of automations. That's one of them. There's also, instead of just having software or a script, you can send a webhook. And if you emit the webhook with whatever orchestration system you have, you can kind of take actions that way as well. For your second one on queries, so we do have a page on Fleet. And my links obviously don't work, right? Because that would be useful. Let's not go to pricing. That is definitely not what I wanted to do. And under solutions, more docs, sorry. We have a full list of reports that have been pre-created, and everything on our page can be just contributed to. So if you want to add some more, share them. Some people put them in like GitHub issues for a specific workaround. But yeah, we try to maintain that. So thank you. Anyone else?
Hey, thanks. Had anyone ever looked at containerizing the Orbit or Fleet, the client, like instead of having it come as an RPM, basically?
So the problem whenever you're going to containerize the Orbit, it needs to still be able to reach out and look at a lot of things on the file system. It needs to be able to look at devices. It needs to be able to look at running processes. And so we really don't get a whole lot of benefit out of running it in a container. The sandboxing and namespace, you'd basically be doing the least amount of containerization in a container you could possibly do. So it is something that it would be nice if we could do a kind of distribution. It would be a lot easier on atomic systems, obviously. But in this, I mean, I was at the atomic BOF and I was like, maybe I should make the system be sysixed. But yeah, I actually wanted to go back to the previous one with this. I wanted to mention that we actually used the Chrome extension query, and we used that to find people who had installed malicious extensions at our business. So actually, we used this to actually find some pretty useful stuff. So this is really powerful if you weren't aware of it.
Yeah, super simple query, right? So if we just look at it, it's just looking at the Chrome extensions table. That's it. We have a table. We ingest all of that. And then we can display that so that, again, you can just either report on it or automate it into a fix.
Yeah, we actually look for specific IDs. We don't want to collect, we don't want to look at what everyone has installed. We just look for specific IDs just to make sure that they're not a list of known malicious Chrome and Firefox extensions.
There's no lists around on the web where they've got kind of the whole list of identifiers that you can just pop into a report and policy and then look at it through that.
Yeah, so InfoSec comes to us and says, hey, does anyone have this extension installed? And we're like, I don't know, let's see.
In the deployments, and definitely relating to Bootsy, I think one thing architecturally, right? Like, so Windows and Mac OS are proprietary OSs, right? So like, you get forced into an architecture where the OS vendor provides the OS update service, and you can only build stuff alongside, right? Like you, but a kind of thing about Bootsy that's definitely different in emphasis from RPMOS, right, is this concept that you can just make your own derivative OS that just derives from a base image from the your Linux OS vendor, right? And then so concretely, this creates a lot of different architectural things. Like in this specific case, like did anyone look at installing Fleet or Orbit? And this is obviously a different thing than the containerization, but just installing it in a base image. And I guess backing all the way up, let me just ask a couple questions. Maybe we'll try and track it, so less back and forth. But how many use cases do you see for managed systems where you can really discourage the Linux user in particular from being root or sudo at all? And you know, that kind of combines, right? Like if you build in this, like the management agent and all that stuff into your base OS, and kind of like try and get away from the mutability, at least at the OS level, you know, it can reduce the need for some of this drift query, right? Because like, you know, you're booted into what you expect, right?
So yes, I have looked at doing a container file that builds on top of the, I guess the Bootsy workstation base container, puts the Fleet package. Actually, this is for my job, so I also tried to get some things like Splunk working in it as well. And of course, neither of them worked out of the box because they make a bunch of assumptions that this is a running system trying to run the actual processes in the postscripts. So half the time I'm just extracting the contents and then doing an RPM dash blah, 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 no scripts. And it works. I actually had that working easier than doing the layering in RPMOS tree, just because in a container file you can do whatever you want. And whenever I was thinking about this, because my users at Red Hat are very interested in running whatever they need on their system, and they definitely will need root. How will we be able to have visibility into the fact that it is running a container that contains the tools that it needs to? Does it have a layer on top of it that has malicious data? Did they use another source that might have been compromised or something like that when it was layered? These are all good questions and are very difficult to solve at this point because the visibility of it is hard to get to. And on top of that, we have toolboxes. What if someone has a malicious container in their toolbox? Well, you don't see that if you're looking just at the OS. The toolboxes live in the user's home directory. Now, there are InfoSec tools that will scan containers that we can use to scan those sorts of things. So we don't use it, but that's something that we can use to do that. And you want to talk about? We're good? We're good? Okay. Did we answer the questions you were looking at? Okay. Last chance. Okay. Thank you very much. Feel free to talk to me in the hallway track if you have any other questions and you don't want to come up on screen.
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you.
it's quiet. Quiet before the storm. Okay, so let's start. We are on time. So, I'm not Greg Sutcliffe, you can see on the slides. I'm Michal Konečný. I'm just covering the talk for him. And this talk is about how we actually change Fedora infrastructure from Nagios to Zabbix. And let's start now. So, this is the author of the slides. And it's the guy who did most of the work. And that's Greg Sutcliffe. He is a sysadmin in Fedora Infra. He's also a community architect. 13 years plus years employee of Red Hat. He likes solving problems, dislikes taking averages, and plays too many automation games. I can confirm that. That is true. And this is about me. I'm Michal Konečný. You can find me on Matrix as Lopez. I'm principal software engineer in Fedora. I work on Fedora infrastructure. I'm 8+ years at Red Hat. As you see, Greg is taking me for standing in. And I'm also a mage from releasemonitoring.org. So this is why I have this hat. And here, what we will talk about the tech debt story, where the Nagios is. As you can see, it's really ancient. Zabbix, why we choose it. How we do actually the monitoring, dedicated roles versus application snippets, code density, and how to get involved with us. So let's take a look at Nagios first. This is how the Nagios looked. I'm not sure if it's still up right now. It isn't already. So you can see that anymore, but this is how it looked. This is what we had as a concerns and constraints when we chose the new monitoring. This is the concerns and constraints of the Nagios. It can only handle OK, warn, critical. Checks doesn't have any given schedule. Separate collect the instance, and there is monolithic Ansible role, which is not great to actually do any changes in. This is constraints that we have in Fedora. We prefer free and open source software. We prefer to host it by yourself. We have highly heterogeneous install base because we have machines in AVS, we have bare metal machines, we have VMs, we have containers, we have a lot of things. And many on disk and internal checks. This is how actually the monolithic Ansible role for the Nagios looked. We have Nagios services, and we just copied them. And actually, every Nagios client has all the scripts and everything, just not only those that they need. And this is how actually looked the host definition. So you can see it's a Jinja template that is hard to read, and it's hard to see what it actually does. You can look at all the hosts. It was one of the things that we had issue with, that you can't really remove the host from Nagios without removing it from inventory at all. And we had one in the inventory that we want to keep there, but didn't want to get alerts for Nagios, but we got them. Then you can see some host wars, and if there was Nagios can connect, that is mostly if it can connect directly or not, and NRP, and we had some progress after that. So as you can see, circa 1800. So one of the things Zabbix isn't exactly new, that is true, but why we choose it, that wasn't the main reason. It's actively maintained. That is one thing that we need. It has integrated trend data, which was something that Nagios actually doesn't support at all. Moves trigger logic to the server. It doesn't need the client to actually reach the server. It does trigger from the server. It has active agents. It has plot of Ansible collections, which is very nice. and we had prior work with it, and CentOS use it, because we have not shared infrastructure, but some of that shared, and we are working with CentOS closely. We decided for it. So we had an issue for it. As you can see, it was opened by me 2 years ago, and it was finally closed 2 months ago. And yeah, there was no rush, so we didn't rush it. And what does Zabbix bring us? So, declarative monitoring. So, our Zabbix config should be in Ansible. We have this right now. There are items, triggers in templates, which is really nice. You can define the template, test it out, and then actually put it in the Ansible. Host declares selves and templates. We have notification, we have users, we can have different access for the users. We have SAML authentication. In Nagios there was only Kerberos, I think, and that was only allowed actually for admin users just to acknowledge things and so on. Monitoring task live in the app role. We don't have some monolithic Nagios role or Zabbix role. We have just each app role, just adding config for monitoring, because the app developers know best. And we can use it even for your base role and the HTTP DVOR role, which is really nice. But not everything can be done this way. We have some things that are in Mist's role or something like that. So how the Ansible code looks for Zabbix. So we have template that is getting just copied there. The host or the client adds itself to the Zabbix. And you can see there is a host name and the template. And we ensure that it is in the correct the Zabbix host group. That is important because it will actually say, yeah, this has the same template as the others in the group. And it's easy to add actually new host for the role. You don't need to do anything else. So how do we have workflow? That is in principle. So app developers work on staging Zabbix. They will design this template in the UI, in the Zabbix UI, and export it to YAML. Then Ansible PR is created, and we add the YAML template that was generated before to the production Zabbix. That could be reviewed by infra, and this is usual code flow, just merge it. And we have monitoring as part of definition of done. So, where we are now. We have Zabbix as a primary monitoring tool. Zabbix is now accessible to everybody, it's public. You just can, if you have a Fedora account, you can look at it. You just can do much with it if you are not in specific groups. Nagios is gone. Last items were removed last week. We should celebrate that. There is still plenty of work to do, actually. We need to do Nagios cleanup. There are plenty of scripts that we just took over and moved to Zabbix, and they are not great as they are, but they're very good for Nagios. Lots of improvements to checks, like some Zabbix checks are too noisy for us. We have, for example, if any service will have issue, it will actually alert from all the proxies instead of just one. And when it gets up, we will get confirmation everything is okay from each proxy. We will need to look into that, but yeah, that needs to be improved. And there are others that can be done better. Okay, so what's coming next? Review existing checks. So we used a lot of upstream templates, which is nice. It's good for getting things done, and it's proper free and open source spirit. Many of these are not suitable for Fedora. The reasons are that we have some machines that have really high load, and they are alerting all the time about the load is too high. We have distributed architecture, as I mentioned, the proxies. Yeah, that is something that we need to look into. It would be nice just to get one alert that wiki is down instead of every proxy actually alerting wiki is down. And we have lots of almost full disks, so that check doesn't look great for us. And yeah, we need a review pass actually just to look at what we actually have and see it. Because we wanted to have it done, and now we will improve on it. So Nagios technically has one check. It can just check that there is this value right now. It couldn't do any aggregation of the data or look at the history. So this offloads the logic to the client. There is client. The client actually just trying to have, for example, some Python script that will look at something and say, yeah, this is okay, this is not okay, and sends that to the server. This leads to very narrow thinking. We just look at if something higher than X, then alert. We can do anything else with Nagios, actually. But many things are statistical or predictive. So, is this thing going to fail soon? Is this pattern usual, unusual for this host? How we can see this? We can see this in Zabbix, but we can't in Nagios, or we couldn't in Nagios. And grouping is not possible either. For example, we have some checks that were actually improved already, like don't alert if this situation don't happen for less than 5 minutes. Like the load is high, but we don't want to get alerted. It is high right now. We want to know, yeah, it is high for 5 minutes. Let's go for alert. So, call to action. So hope you can get involved. So we are looking for application devs that actually want their things to get monitored in Fedora Infra. That will help us to develop better checks because they understand the application better than us. They are status endpoints. That would be super useful if they implement it. And add it to done, actually saying, yeah, this is how we want it. They are ecosystem teams, like, for example, Copper. And we ask them if they need alerts. Or you can reach to us that you need alerts. And what for? What alerts do you need? Where do you want them to be sent? And does Infra need to know? Like, for example, we have, as I mentioned, the Copper. We created alerts for them, so they are getting alerts directly to their metrics channel. And if we want, I'm not sure if it's done like that right now, but if we can just say it will only go to this channel. So we will not even get alerted because they will solve them by themselves. And that is actually all from me. The Greg should be on Matrix, so if you have any questions, you can actually ask. I will try to provide the answer, but if I can't, the Greg should be able to do it.
Are you working with the Fedora CI folks? I saw on your slides monitoring, what is monitoring? And your slides, this is monitoring. So if you've not worked with them yet, I suggest you do. That sounds like a good idea.
Right now, from what I remember, Greg is talking to Fedora CI folks, actually, about the alerts.
Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I'm kind of coming from the same direction, OpenQA. We would like to have some monitoring. So you have the call to action. Are there more specific kind of docs on, I want to write some monitoring stuff for my application. Where do I start? What's the process? Is that out there?
Okay. So I'm not sure. I think there is. Let me just find who. Oh, I didn't want this one. This one. Okay, so here's the workflow.
Right, it said in principle, so I was like, is this
Yeah.
actually what we do?
This was being done for, I think, few projects already.
Okay.
So I'm not sure which service was it, but it actually went directly through this. It was on staging, design, test the template in user interface, just do it how you want it, and then export it to YAML, create PR, it will get to production, and you will get the alerts you want.
Yeah, I'll just add, your speaker is super active on the chat, and he's replied to you about the question. There are SOPs, and you can ask me on in NOC fedoraproject.org channel on metrics.
10 out of 10 answers. No.
And the in principle part is because we currently have the same permission in staging as prod. So you are so if you are an sysadmin NOC or sysadmin main, you're good.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, there's one.
So are we supposed to train this against staging Zabbix that is actually monitoring our production, or are we supposed to teach or learn on staging with a staging Zabbix or
Staging Zabbix is actually monitoring right now the staging machines. I think I'm not sure, Kevin, does it have access to actually production machines from staging?
Some, but not. Some, I think, but not everything. So it's kind of pointed toward staging just to kind of mock out what you need to monitor.
Yeah, we are aware that some things don't work in staging like they work in production because the staging is limited, and so not every time this workflow will work, and we will need to figure out the template of the design template on production directly. Okay.
Any other question?